Good morning, guys. Can't stop, won't stop. I appreciate it, man. Um, 1 second, let me just get this set up. All right, that should be good. Cool. Good morning, everybody. How you guys doing? Re. Want to join the Dans just to do something different. All right. Well, best of luck to you. What's up, guys? RC tweet bullish. Eh. It's fun to speculate about. Hey, pineapple on pizza, does that make me a Dan? No. Any comments on Burke? Wasn't it just a glitch? Or did somebody buy some Burke? I don't know. I'm a little nervous about Yellen's proposed reverse repo tax on unrealized losses. You should be, Chakaseki. Is it windy in New York? I don't fucking know. No? It looks pretty normal. I mean, Burke has like basically no float, right? So whatever someone pays for it, that's the price it'll be. For all you know, somebody's had a limit sell up on their Burke A for 661,000 for months, and it filled. I mean, it's an okay limit price, right? It's within 50% of the trading price. Will AMD die today? I don't know. I have puts. I don't want it to die, but I want it to come down a little. The Surf Ninja title card is amazing. Fluffiosa made that one. Oh, guys, for some of you that have sent me stream cards, I tried to use a bunch this morning. If they have to be under 2 MB, so 1600 by 1200 and under 2 MB. Zach, thank you so much, man. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate the donation. Do they offer 30-year mortgages for Berkay? No. Jesus. I got another good faith violation on WeBull yesterday. The account's not, my WeBull account is now restricted. I think it was for one of the spy calls yesterday, I think. Um, I don't know. It's gonna get pumped, probably. It's picking up a lot of interest. Wait, did IronNet hold that stupid spike? God damn it. Of course not. I mean, I'll throw 25 grand in here and just fucking put it on margin if they want to be bitches about it. Hood dumpster put their pickle in a jar. Morning, Greg. I'm feeling all right. Chums, let's do this. Leroy Jenkins for today. Awesome, dude. I'm glad everyone's jacked. I might. I am Ryan C. Muhammad, I don't mean anything. I mean, analyzing tweets is stupid. It's provocative. Sumo is MOASS, and the kid is retail buying DRS. That seems like a bit of a stretch. So you're saying the person buying DRS is pushing away MOASS? I don't know, man. How about the tweets whatever you want it to be? Think we'll see some volatility today? Maybe, maybe not. We should have some. Popeye's just salty. No one ever figured out his tweets. There, I said it. No, my tweets were to prove that you can't figure them out, Carl. The thing I want them to mean was completely different than what everyone else came up with. It's like an exercise in bias. It's ridiculous. 1 second. Christina Tosi's baked goods have drastically diminished in quality since the Milk Bar Momofuku expansion. It's true. That might be the truest statement ever. When he hit the sumo's stomach, it created waves. It's been about the Elliott Waves guy all along. Probably. If he predicts 190 or like 150 to 700 every week, eventually he's going to get it right. Did you buy back into Baba without checking? Yeah, the Chinese markets are way fucking down last night. Hmm. Ding ding. And off we go. Hey guys. Would you fuck me? No. Fuck you, market. What ticker is this? Spotify. Oh, come on. Why is Baba ripping? I have no idea. Because it's too low. Are picking up GME weeklies today? No. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I have limit sells on my AMD straddle. So I think my puts would have sold. Would they have? Yeah, my puts sold. Did my calls? No. Yeah, their earnings were good. I don't think there's any news today for GameStop. I feel like I should dump my calls now. Maybe not. Mm. Yeah, they did. Fucking Visa tanked hard. Christ. Did that fall all the way out the bottom? Yeah, it did. Although, triple bottom. GameStop coming down. Oh. Can you take a look at Microsoft? Looks good. New all-time highs. RNT inexplicably up for no reason. Yeah, that doesn't look good. It's gonna have to go out to here. Oh, fuck. Spotify's killing me. $197 seems like a good entry. But I'm just gonna buy more 200s for November 19th. guess that's more bullish. Uh, I know you're not one for conspiracies, but RC's tweet last night has to mean something. No, it doesn't. I YOLO'd my paycheck for market open. This is how you stonk. This fucking piece of shit better bounce. Spy's turning around. Good. What was the previous close? Do you think the proposed unrealized cap gains tax is motivated by GME apes? No, of course not. It only applies to people who've made like $100 million a year for 3 years. Not many GME apes have unrealized gains. Or $1 billion in assets. Look at my pick in the Discord. I'm trying to understand something. Yes. Yes, I believe so, Dan. Yeah, it seems like you have a grasp of it. Please lie to my face and tell me Visa can run $10 today. Visa's going to 200, Carl. Fuck you too. What do I do with my headphones? Aha. There we go. Everything's just doing the same shit this morning. Delhi not showing quotes for GME December 3rd puts for strikes 100 to 140 and 230 to 370. Is this normal? Is there may be no eye on the OI on those strikes? Mark? All these blue chips pumping. What Hales? The haircut thing has fucking absolutely nothing to do with GameStop. It has to do with hedge fund collateral, but they're not pumping the blue chips because of that. Several of the blue chips are dropping like rocks. Jack, thanks for the Visa play. Before hanging out here, I might have held that call through earnings, expecting it to go up on good news. Obviously not wise. And got out yesterday AM for nice gains. Nice. I've never had pickled eggs. I'm not sure if you noticed, but we're getting less sunlight every day. Do you think the hedge funds are shorting the sun? It's possible. I wouldn't put it past them. What's Intel gonna do? Who cares? It did a similar thing in '08. I mean, it's interesting, but I think a limit order just filled at that price. Bert gapped up. It's not still trading at that price, right? Is it acceptable to day trade AMC? I don't care what you do, Carl. If you want to day trade AMC, go nuts. It's risky. Are you expecting much gamma exposure settlement tomorrow? Or do you think it will be minimal and then we'll do an ouchie down down? I think it'll be minimal and then ouchie sideways down. Yes. 178, 198, 197 on cat is a strong entry point. Max Payne's on 175. What do you think it's going after earnings? Well, they fucking kicked ass in earnings, so we'll see. It's not getting a lot of volume though. Oh, magical pickle with my 21.5 VXX call print. No, probably not. It might. Does today's price action surprise you? No. Like, in what way? We haven't done anything. We touched 183, and then now we're flat at 180, which should be like right within yeah, we're like right right in the middle of our yeah, hold on, I'll just show you guys. So just like right here, this descending wedge. What day is that? It's supposed to be there. So tomorrow may have a little more upside potential, but like this kind of looks like the ceiling. Like we need a lot of volume to break through that long-term support line and the resistance on this, right? It's possible. It's just unlikely. Volume across the market's kind of low today. Did those trailing stop? Yeah. All right. So I'm out of the AMD play. The puts were not that profitable. The IV crush was intense. I think I made like $12 a contract. But the calls I bought were good. Those did all right. I know. I did a bear side, like a bear favored straddle. So I did 20 to 10. Call to put. But these only made like $12. These did good. These were up like 600 something each. Tesla go burr. Yep. Looks like easy money with 50 SI. Honestly, I think I'd want to see this test like 12 today. It looks good today. It's coming up still. Is Baba gonna rip again? Interesting. I think it might. Jesus, what the fuck is IRNT doing? Hmm. Yeah, I do use stop limits when trading options. Ooh, IronNet joins Microsoft Intelligent Security Association. Interesting. Maybe I should have bought more. Fidelity is listed as very bearish. 0.6 out of 10. Too bad I'm very sad. What do you think Prog's next resistance is? I have no idea, man. If it's at all-time highs, I really have no idea. It's not. $5. John Goldenstein, I've addressed this many times. Any price on GME between 162 and 196 is a good price. Jonathan Poindexter, did I understand the end of yesterday's stream correctly? The long set up the rolling gamma ramp in order to force the short hedge fund into January issues. Possibly. We don't know, right? That's one explanation. This January or next January? January 2022. Tone Chaser. trying to fucking slam it, aren't they? If you guys can, drop a like. Big help. Thank you. Visa VWAP. I have you on every day in the background, but I'm not able to catch everything because of work. Now I'm able to catch on important parts I may have missed. Thanks. Thank you so much, Visa VWAP. I appreciate that. That was very nice of you. The next time I see something 160 or sub, I'm going to jump on that screaming like a chimp. Pi-Fi, those clips are so hot right now. Holy shit, this is flat. Spotify better fucking come back. This is pissing me off. Did it have a gap to fill down here? I just missed that. I see. Volume, so I'll use these. What if the stock has like a significant amount of short interest on it or something? SPY coming back up. God, somebody got burned on that reversal. Thoughts on me 1119 1250C? That's what I have. Good down 10%. Damn. Yeah, I heard they missed pretty hard on earnings. Is crime also the secret ingredient of New York pizza? Sometimes. On AMD? I don't know. I kind of wish I'd held my puts longer. But I had a tight stop on them, so they basically just sold at market open. But yeah, this is people bailing after the earnings FOMO. Ooh. No, stop consolidating, you prick. Here. Max Payne's 175. Ring ring. Girk is sitting at his computer with a black hat that reads VWAP in large white letters. He leans back into his chair and answers the phone. He whispers, "Start the MOASS." That's not how this works, NyQuil. But I like your bullishness. Girk is running a daycare to buy more GME shares. Shh, don't tell people. I've learned so much in the last few months from you. Currently, I'm parental leave from work with my first child. I've stopped watching all the AMC YouTube fools. Pie fights on mass. Thank you, Shoeless Kong. I appreciate that. Who's coughing now? Dude, what's up? Now that we've been watching GME for over 6 months together, since RC tweeted, could you design a risky options play and then front run us on getting out of the trade? No. That's why I keep the timer up over here. Or wait, no, over here. Right there. So you guys can see the delay. I fucking hate that. So many day trading like streamers and YouTubers have like a 15-30 second delay on their stream. And it's obviously so they can front run their fucking audience. That's what that fucking hack Warrior Trading does. I mean, I can't get the delay any lower than like probably like 3 or 5 seconds. But some of them are like long, like a minute, 30. Like I've seen 30 seconds and a minute delay. Dude, you're 3 hours ahead of me. Uncool. People here need to realize they can Google all of their stock questions. This is supposed to be a safe place for cooking tips. Do you like your scrambled eggs a little runny or more fried? A little runnier. They should be moist. Everyone always overcooks their fucking scrambled eggs. It's like egg foam. Ugh. There's a slight delay between Discord audio should be in like real time. Say moist again, but slower. They shouldn't be wet. They should be cooked, but there's like a 3 second window there to get them off the heat. Are you in top chat or live chat? Live chat. Are you religious? Very relevant to Jimmy. Thank you. I play the Discord and YouTube audio over each other, so it echoes like Gregorian chants for the entirety of the stream. That's awesome, Purple Hulk. I like poached eggs a lot too, Carl. You know what I don't like? Spotify right now. You think Spot will bounce? No. It seems pretty intent on losing me all the money I put into it this morning. Ugh. It was such a good play for the test of 180 or 280, and it just did not do it. Your morning post this morning made it seem like you were done streaming? What? How? I was just commenting on that we were 120 episodes deep. I was just thanking everyone for being a part of it. That was bullish to say the least. 666 likes with 1100 watching. Whatever. I hope I'm not the only one that panic buys every time RC tweets. You might be. There's absolutely no correlation between RC tweets and increases in GameStop's price. You think I would have learned that by now? Yeah, RC tweeted like a sumo wrestler last night. Theoretical question: doesn't buying out of the money calls actually lower max pan? No. Unless you're buying them like super far out of the money. And max pan is like uh and then you have those are like puts, and then you have calls. Right. And then max pan is here. But you have like this. And this is like the closer to the money strikes. And this is further out. But the volume on like far out of the money calls and puts is always higher. Just been a shitload of bag holders. No, because it's stabilized like right here at 250 like a couple days ago. Failed pen. Oh, fantastic. That's my favorite. Fucking piece of shit epic pen again. God damn it. There. Damn, put their pickle in my jar. Clips are fab at the moment, Gurk. Life keeps making me shop and work and things, but I got to listen to your exasperated sighs and disdain for clipping at 2 a.m. in the UK today. Comedy gold, my man. Keep on keeping on. Thank you so much, that Dan. Is that a GameStop sweater? No. It's some hoodie I bought like 14 years ago. Most gangsta thumbnail. Thank you so much, A-Rod. Money. The sumo pic is from an article about creating an action plan for digital freedom. Please read this tweet. You've missed the first four, lol. I just don't give a flying fuck, Jack Stonk. Like the fucks I give in regards to shit on Twitter is zero. If you stumbled upon $2 billion, when and where would you buy shares of GameStop in the coming weeks? If I stumbled upon $2 billion, I would just buy a bunch of long calls and then buy a shitload of stock and drive the price up. What about the live nudes on Twitter? Is that a thing? Oh, don't you do it. You little bitch. Prague has been hard to borrow for 3 days now. Each day the borrow rate has gone up 10%. Yesterday they had a small share offering to pay off senior notes debt. The company got no cash from it. Interesting. All right. Exiting that. Ooh. I just care about DFE's tweets because I want to know DFE's doing okay. All this stuff halfway decent to buy is just expensive enough that I can't afford it. How foolish is it to hold on to a contract down 70% with a strike about 1.5 weeks out, asking for a friend, wink. 6'3" Prometheus down. I'm bag holding that bounce on spot right now. If you ever tell anyone to walk away from any GME trades forever, would you take it? No. That'd be stupid. Did you clarify in your Reddit post what you meant by 275 million float? People are confused and don't get what you meant. Good. You put his tweet in your daily DD. I know. Can you summarize the whole Ryan Cohen Twitter thing? Ryan Cohen has a Twitter account on which he occasionally tweets memes or pictures of himself doing things. And he then shares those with the people that follow him. Okay, I'm confused. Let's start over. What's a stock? Still bullish on Visa. I sold my Visa yesterday. How come TTM looks so nice if we're meant to be trading sideways for a month? Moonwind, this would not be the first time that we've had like 30 consecutive TTM squeeze signals. I'm sure all of you remember this lovely period of time. Remember this? That was a bunch. Nope. Nope. Just fuck me. All right. That's it. I'm out. Is IRNT coming back up? No. Do not want to hold this. Fuck. Just sold it this morning. Oh, wait. Maybe it is. Oh, wait. You thought you said you might get back in after earnings of Visa. Well, obviously I didn't, right? Like, what was I looking at? Spot options today. 56. Four of them. Plus Y. Modify. Our GME put credit spread during our flat next week's a better option than traditional call YOLO. Put credit spread. Could be. Risky, needs margin. You can hedge it. You buying any cat before earnings? I might, especially if it stays low today. No more morning action. All FTDs covered. I don't think they had any FTDs left by this morning. All the FTDs should have been covered by market open. Or the orders for them placed. Right? That's why we see it run first thing in the morning. Mm, that wasn't good. Lots of Shiba shells. Out of iron. Yeah, I guess it's sold. I only had the like those 15s. And I think I want to buy calls a little further out, but IV's up a tiny bit right now. Treasury yields going up. Tesla gonna test 1100 again? Maybe. Hmm. $741 likes. Any thoughts on Burke pumping? No. DRS was just snack happy today. It's probably that same crazy fuck again. What a bunch of stupid fucking arguments. I'm just gonna downvote the shills. There we go. I think market-wide the volume's kind of low today. It's just slow day. Wednesday. Well, it's not just that. The cost of theta will lessen as well. Why so many dislikes today? I don't know. What's it at? AMD coming back up. Oh, nice. Cool. Man, my coffee is not kicking in. Thank you, guys. Cat sideways into earnings or expect a potential mini run towards end of day? I don't know. Buy-in looks sweet. So IV looking like on the weeklies. IV on the weeklies is still kind of high. Although the 200s aren't bad. Maybe this won't get crushed as hard. 200s and 205s have pretty low IV. You've quickly become my favorite streamer because you're not constantly pumping out copium and assuming everything, including why it's raining today. It's related is related to GME. You need a banana? No. So retarded. It was only yesterday that I realized that a cornichon is a baby pickle. Happy 6 months, and thank you for always being here for us. Thanks, numbers can be fun. I appreciate it, man. Like and subscribe, like and subscribe, like and subscribe. What do you... Oh, yeah. I don't need to fucking tell people to do that. If they like the channel, they'll subscribe. If they like the video, they'll hit the like, right? Slap my nutties. Which has a greater chance of occurring? GME stock price reaches 10K during MOASS, or inflation continues at 5% for the next 6 months? Both. I think inflation could get higher than 5%. CGI Buzz Lightyear movie looks good. Trailer song is Starman by David Bowie. That's dope. I'm not subbed. Well, fuck you too, Carl. You're just mad about Visa. I don't know. I don't know why you didn't sell yesterday. Did you say IV below 50% is a good buy-in? On GameStop? Yeah. Where does GameStop have IV below 50%? Except on the weeklies. Oh, shh. That's not GameStop. That's Caterpillar. Oh, damn it. There we go. It's dropping. 187.50s are in a good spot for November. Or, well, November 7th, 26th, actually. So, hold on. Wrong date. Yeah, IV still needs to come down a bit. It's the most annoying noise. No IV posted for those yet. Their last earnings were insane. Like, good enough that I expected it to run into earnings. Considering it's so undervalued right now. I guess there's still a lot of insecurity around the infrastructure bill. How should we go about asking for a 5% raise as a minimum this year due to inflation? You just say that. Say inflation's up 5%. Any raise lower than that is a reduction in my salary. Nice. Did my first short straddle. You proud, Papa Garrick? Congratulations, Anthony the dad. Do you ever miss the perm? It looked good. No, not really. Could also be the realization of how little infrastructure is in the infrastructure bill. I mean, Cat wants it to pass. It's good for them. If it passes, it's super good for them. They've spent a shitload of money lobbying it. GameStop turning around. Time is it? Is that 178.50? 77. 77.50. Cyto halted? The hell is that? It's another SPAC. Interesting. It's not halted. Did it halt earlier? There's no news. Just running. Cool. That was a nice turnaround. Do you hedge Pokemon cards with Magic the Gathering cards? No. If Hedgie's playing to Boris to death, they're winning. Well, there's other shit to do. Hmm. Jesus Christ. The volume today is atrocious. Tesla all-time high again today? Possibly. Excited for Tiger King season 2? Isn't that story like over? Cat just keeps slipping. Yeah, it's not looking good. We'll see what happens. What's going on with the spy? Back down to the low. Spy rug pull. Yeah. Carol Baskin for MOASS. Should I sell my SHIB? I don't know. I'm not tracking SHIB at all. What's that one that breaks on the 23rd? Is that wrong or should it be the 24th? 23rd and 24th secure are both potential breakouts. I could see the wedge falling on the 23rd. You're probably not super far off. I think about both long and short-term wedges that break on 112. Yeah. The long-term technical trends look like they're gonna, I mean, they should, right? They should track those breakouts pretty accurately. You think we're gonna hit max pain today? Probably. Why not? Energy in here seems low. Need 4 locusts. I just need to keep drinking my coffee. There we go. Up. Nice. I've got $800 in losses I've got to make back on Spotify. Can you explain the stream title, please? What was it? Oh, I'm just saying shit to get people riled up. Halloween is around the corner, and we know how you love trick-or-treating. If you haven't picked a costume, go full Family Matters Steve Gurkel ensemble for the win. Interesting. I like the way you think, Maximus Dillis. Meridius, a.k.a. Bufus Wainwright. It's provocative. That's why the shills are so mad over in the Daily, man. I snorted some Adderall. Does that count? Visceral, since you've completed step 1, tell me about the Pigeon Whale song. How are we doing? Are we almost there? Is it even possible? Have I set the bar too high? Come subspede che l'incontro subito e tuli del GME vada a novembre e dicembre. I wish I could remember Italian. I'd help you out there. Fun Do you day trade crypto? It seems like TA works good over there. I used to. Uh, there's good money in it if you're good at TA and you have super tight risk parameters, but it's also really fucking risky and annoying. And you have to do it 24 hours a day, which is a pain in the ass. It's possible. I haven't seen Ben anywhere. I found and processed all the individual tracks into orchestral files. I need them for lyrics and stuff. I see. Do you just need cues? Just send me the pitch and I'll cue all the notes for you. Do you want me? I'll just cue an entire octave. I sent you a Pigeon Whale song last night. Oh, did you? Like an alternative? We're trying to realize a dream right now. Taryn, but I'll check it out. Ooh. This is kind of amazing. Interesting, Taryn. If there's one thing we need more of, it's Pigeon Whale songs. So I like this. This is interesting. Very Weird Al. You've encapsulated Weird Al to a degree I didn't think would be possible. How do you suspect the GME earnings meeting will go in November or December? It'll be in December. Will shorts still lower the price? Yeah. How do you switch? Oh. Does pantaloncini mean shorts or little pants? I think it means shorts. But I kind of wish it meant little pants. These guys have auto tune, so you shouldn't need to record all the different notes. So just cue for them? It's Weird Al's cousin, Strange Dan. I wish the fucking spy would break view up so I can make some money today. Stop it. Go. Push, push, push. There you go. More. More, more, more. Man, I should have just fucking held those shitty Spotify calls from this morning. I'd already be back in the money. Oh well. Could you do some opera style cooing for a thing I'm doing? I'll send it to you. Give me some cues, but in the keys from the song, and I'll give it a first draft. Roughly, doesn't have to be exact. So you want like a high? Give me a range. I'm so fucking pissed off at Spotify right now. Paper-handed my fucking options. Son of a bitch. She's this choir from the song as your guide. Okay. I'll send those to you after the stream today, Visceral. In the meantime, if anybody becomes a pigeon whale today, they're getting the new song that Taryn wrote for now until we've realized our dreams. Ramen tonight. Holy rug pull on Shib. Welcome to Crypto, Victor. Good morning, Trash Dan. Guys, you know what I love? The options. They're so great. There's no rug pull on Shib. Okay. Thanks for being a member for 2 months, Trash Dan. I appreciate it. I know about the extra hours you have to put in behind the dumpster. The other Dans have told me that you've been working real hard to maintain your billionaire status. And that's just nice. Thanks. Just feeling good today. Awesome, Jonathan. Me too, man. I'm a little happier after getting just absolutely battered by Spotify. Okay, no rug pull. I mean, there will be rug pulls, just not yet. Not yet. It needs to pump for a bit before it gets bugged. Yeah. I'm not even tracking it, so I have no idea. If you enjoy what you do, is it really working? It's true. I can't believe I've been tantalized by that line at 190.01 for 6 months. Thanks for all you do, Greg. Thanks, Claw Range. Become a Dan today and save 10% on your annual Bullmayo membership dues. Use code Dan69 at checkout. Thank you, the Dans. Stop limit at 4.8. 4.85. Stop limit price 4.9. Wait, no. 4.8. Hmm. 4.6. 4.5. The fuck are they talking about? Hmm. Good thing about rug pulls, there's always something underneath the rug. Sometimes, yeah. Man, GameStop's just gonna be kind of boring today, and that sucks. God, this not a cult is crazy and hilarious. I never believed I could hate a number. I can honestly say I abhor the number 180. Yeah, Zakir, I know. Your wife was talking about the dreams you've been having, where you wake up in the middle of the night screaming 180 in a cold sweat. I'm sorry. I hope it doesn't disturb your children. All 345 of them. Any idea what happened to Snap at earnings? Well, it went up a bunch and then it fucked me. And now it's going up a little. All I wanted it to do was open, test 180, so I could sell my fucking options. And then I didn't give a shit what happened to it after that. But no. 178, and then it fucking crashed. She said she wouldn't tell anyone. Well, you know, it was in confidence, of course. Just between me, you, and the cult. Not a cult. Snap? Not Spot? Oh, I don't care about Snap. Stop playing IPOs, man. You're gonna just get burned. Over and over and over again. bought SHIB at its last peak, held for 4 months at the low, and then sold. Then it shot up to an all-time high today. Nice. Thankfully, the SPY is just kicking ass right now. And I have a bunch of zero DTEs. So I'm very happy. If it can break 450, 650, I'll be a happy boy. Why is it doing that to me? Alright, that's it. Get back out of that with $40 before it loses me more money. This needs to be GameStop. This needs to be the SPY. You're a man that does not like to lose. I do not. It pisses me off because I made like 600 something yesterday and then lost it all this morning on fucking Spotify. I should really track my trades still. I haven't done that in a long time. I used to have like a little logbook and I would track every trade. It was cute. We're still looking at potential upside potential for me. It's looking good, right? It just tested 12 like a few minutes ago. My concern, I don't know how much selling is going to occur before it hits 1250, but my concern is that 1250 is going to have a lot of bag holders. So there's two ways around that. One, you sell at 1250 with everyone else, or two, you buy out far enough that you can survive the multiple tests of that resistance before it pushes past. Think of all the tax write-offs. That's true. I'm gonna need those this year. First time for me to join the chat from a computer. A cold front is moving in my area, so I'm freed up to hang out with my favorite non-occult people. Honestly, I'm curious, Dildan. Frog Unleashed. I'm in class, can't listen. Someone give me a rundown on ME, please. They are merging or bought out Lemonade Health. I think they sell like Viagra and various other erection medication. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Does AMD look like it wants to break up or down? It actually looks good for a move to the upside. Looks like it bounced on the 160 or the 60. There's a bounce on the 30. It can move up more. It's having a bit of a rough time holding 225 or 125. Don't you do it. You go right back up. Lemonade is insurance. Don't they have? Do they have Viagra or something? Whatever. Insurance, Viagra, same shit. What's the one that sells Viagra? Lemonade Health. LemonadeHealth.com. Telehealth? Yeah, I think so. GlaxoSmithKline. Have you seen the Pickle Options Twitter page? Yeah, I reported it. I'm gonna I have to like verify my Twitter, which is a pain in the ass. Could you discuss a bit further about the calculations you did that happened to arrive at the same number of shares outstanding as the Yahoo glitch? Oh yeah. You know what? No. I'll write about it in like the DD I'm coming up with. I'll save it for that. I went over it on stream yesterday. Is there a bottom on cat, or do I just need to bail on these calls? I mean, it's like right at its bottom. I guess I could drop into the 180s again, but 195.50 is that resistance line. It'll probably hold that. I think it'll have a hard time dropping below, like, very much below 198 or 197. Let's see. There's support here, 197.48. I'm guessing it's being shorted a bit. There's just no volume. Like, it got shorted pretty hard right there, and then it bounced. And now the volume's just dried up. I mean, I'm gonna buy back in Violent Upside at the end of today for my weeklies. I'm up 6% on my ME calls. First gain since I started trading 3 years ago. Don't tell me that's true, Velvet Jupiter. That can't be true. I don't think I've ever seen QQQ track so differently from the spies today. Do you know what the deal is? Are tech stocks just getting pumped for earnings this week or what? Thanks, man. Um, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tech earnings this week. So, well, let me actually look. What's it doing? See, I feel like it's still going to fail this. Tech earnings are doing good, but the issue is that the supply chains got some serious fucking problems right now. So it's sort of weird that QQQ's still running. I don't expect that to last. Oh, heading back. Wait, where's my 175 resistance? Did I move that? Collector of bags. My spy calls have a long way to go by Friday. What's your strike? Snickers. Shiba to a penny at end of year? Maybe. Interesting that BTC is down and SHIB is up. I have one 457 and two 460s for Friday. For Friday? I mean, if the SPY runs hard, they should print. Especially if it breaks like 457 again in the near term. SHIB is the people's coin. Oh Jesus. If I had $1 for every time I heard X is the people's coin, I'd be able to buy a Bitcoin. Violet Upside, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord, and I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over.
I want to be a billionaire so freaking bad. Crazy rock, but hashtag not a cult.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Jesus, Facebook is just tanking. Yeah. Give us the full version. Can we parlay the nautical into some sort of religious nonprofit status? Probably not. Awesome, titty titty bang bang. Is Vix coming up? A little bit. The spy just doesn't want to do things today, which is annoying. Want to be a shabillionaire? As someone who bought Dogecoin at 0.002, let me tell you, you got some time. My retirement is unrealized. Do you see any technical upside for GME the rest of this week? Thinking of cutting losses on these weeklies and moving more to the people's. I mean, the answer to the first part of that question is no. Yeah, I should have sold my Doge at 70 cents. But it'll probably hit 50 again, and then I'll get out. Flat or down the rest of the week. Flat or down for the next See how many trading days we have left. I know I checked yesterday, but I can't remember. $19 trading days. Oof. Oh, that's why it's having such a hard time. Stop trading sideways, you little bitch. I think it's a break 0.7 set up out at 7.1. Quote, I'm gonna get out of Doge right after Elon pumps it on SNL. Forgot I owned it. GME drops $4 on 500,000 volume. Well, that's not technically true. It's dropped $4 on like 300,000 volume. That's not crime though. That's just illiquidity. One thing I have learned in the past 6 months is I can use your stream to trick my kids into thinking I'm in a work Zoom meeting. Please do a poll to see how many use the stream to avoid kids. That's not nice. Do things with your kids. Who's coughing now? It's your fault they're here. My favorite stock is up 1,200% year over year with violent upside potential heading into the next 2 quarters. Lol, bears are fucked. Nice, Jonathan. And yes. Pickle, hold me with your words. We getting shorted? I mean, no. We're not getting anything. At least shorting would be interesting. I was able to use the stream to avoid my kids. My essay saw me watching it and said, "You aren't mature enough for children." Can you let people know that if they want to repost thumbnail art on the subreddits, I don't care, but to please credit the artist. Thanks. Yeah, guys, if you take like the stream cards or whatever and repost them on Reddit, credit like whoever made them. Like today's was from Fluffiosa. Yesterday was from Trash Dan. They put a lot of work into making those, and it'd be nice to like give them credit for it. Make the chart flatter so people stop freaking out. If I could, I'd make it bigger. Zoom in now, Jamie going up. It couldn't be because the market's going up, right? No. GME is the market. Which is worse, SHIB or AMC? They're probably both equally bad. You'll eat your words on SHIB, Pickle Man. Or no. Don't get me wrong, don't underestimate the buying power of large amounts of cheap people. Look at Doge. Fuck this, I'm making my own chart in MS Paint. Say what you want, I'm up hundreds on SHIB. Okay. I mean, you could be up on it. That doesn't mean it's like a good buy. GME ripping. Good job, Kirk. Thanks, Bones. The zoom function is all powerful. I'm up thousands on AMC. Guess what? Shit, boy. Cornub. You selling those 3750s? Over the next 19 trading days, how low do you think they'll run GME? I hope they run it low as fuck. Like, I hope they can get it down to like 162 again. I don't know if they'll be able to, but that'd be awesome. What's the EMA 180 right now? Yeah, like 162 would be fantastic. 163.50, right around there. Would you buy more? I'm not gonna buy more stock, but I'm gonna buy a shitload of options. But puts, the price goes down too slowly. There's not a lot of money to be made there. CSPs maybe, but not just like you're not gonna make any money on like long puts. Like the rate of theta decay versus the price drop will probably just eat your options alive. Imagine short hedge funds hearing us begging for them to lower the price. I really hope they do. Like I'm rooting for 162.50 because it's just gonna run again on the 24th, right? And the lower it gets, the cheaper options get. And why do we like options, people? Why do I like options? Because I can leverage a small amount of capital into a large number of shares. Options are not evil. Well, here, you know what? Let me explain this options thing to you. Say you're very bullish on GME for January, right? You think GME is going to test $300 again. Well, you don't want your calls to expire while it's testing that, right? So you want to look out at like February. Now, if you think GME is going to test $300 in February, that call option is $11.60 times 100. Which means it's 1,100. Nope, $1,160 for a call. Sorry. 300C. Now, what does that mean? Right? That means for $11.60 per share, you get one share of GME. Now, would you buy GameStop at $11.60 a share? Because I fucking would. Now, sure, you have to buy 100 at once. $11.69. Now, say you're the average retail investor and you have $1,000. And you're like, how many shares of GME can I buy? Well, you can buy 5. 5 shares. Or you could buy a far dated options contract and have access to 100 shares. What if it's not in the money? I mean, the price only has to hit like, for a February contract to print, the price only has to hit like 225 for a February 300 to go to be worth to have value. Do you think Warden's sister will lend me some money lend me some cash for weeklies if we hit 160, 250? But those Greeks though, but you're paying for so much theta, right? Theta is what you need on GameStop. You don't care about, like, sure, you know, having a 180 is better than having a 300. But if you have enough time on either one, they will go in the money. Or they will print. They will have value. Their value will increase. Now, if GameStop goes significantly above $300, right? Say in January, GameStop hits, you know, $1,100. Now, all of a sudden, you have an intrinsic value in your shares of $800 a share. But instead of having 5 shares, you have 100. You can exercise those shares, which then puts additional pressure on the short hedge funds that are trying to find shares to cover with. Why? Because you have a contract that gives you a right to those shares. Porsche owned something like 33% of Volkswagen in options. The hedging of those options represents far greater value than the hedging of an individual share. Now, if you're a little guy and you got to fight a great big motherfucker, what do you need? You need to get him on the ground, right? Where you can use leverage against him. Weapons, a slingshot. All right, never mind. I honestly don't know that much about CFDs. I know kind of how they work, but I've never used them. People are very confused about what price you will pay when you exercise the option. I don't think people understand how the strike is relevant and how that affects exercising. Well, if you have a $300 strike, right? This is your strike price. That means that you have the right, but not the obligation to buy 100 shares of GameStop at $300 a share. So if the price goes to $600 and you have $300 of intrinsic value plus your IV, your implied volatility on that contract, your contract will be worth more than the shares it represents. So in the worst case scenario, if you have no cashless exercise option, you can sell the contract and immediately buy 100 shares of GameStop. If you have 2 contracts, you can sell one and exercise the other and still have netted a profit. Did you just explain the RC tweet? Shh. If at any point in this whole thing, people had bought options and not weeklies, right? This is where everyone's gotten fucked on GameStop, is weeklies. If you had bought quarterlies at any point, right? If you'd bought quarterlies here for here, where was the end of the date? Here, right? Here for here, you would have made money. If you'd bought quarterlies here for here, you would have made money, right? So if you'd bought options on quad witching at any point during the GameStop saga, they would have gone in the money. If they were between $150 and $300, they would have been in the money. People losing money on weeklies has been the primary driver of the negative option sentiment on GameStop. I think you're going to need to explain the difference between weeklies and quarterlies. Would it be better to buy April calls versus February? I mean, you could. You'll pay more for theta, but you'll lose less value if nothing happens. Although on 824, I made a killing buying 0 DTEs. I mean, I did too, but that was different, right? Like we knew that was going to happen in advance. And there was still a risk involved though, right? It could have not happened. Even though it's been true basically every time in the past, there was always a risk that it wouldn't happen. You hit the MOASS button for my birthday. That's not how it works. Are you offended that Lauer did an interview on Trade Trades last week? He's trying to get exposure for his platform. Like, and frankly, this channel's weird, right? So I can understand him not wanting to do anything here. I'm like you, lots of unrealized gains. I missed out on with long dated options months ago. I had a shitload of November 500s since February, didn't sell in June when they rocketed. But you should have, right? That's the problem. That's the other problem is like people not taking the profits when they're there. But if you buy a spread, you protect yourself from that, right? Because you can buy low like 180s and 200s. You can buy 225s and 250s, and you can buy like 300s and 350s, and then you can buy some like way the fuck out of the money shit up here, right? And when it spikes hard at the peak, you can sell these to exercise these. That's how I got most of my GameStop shares. So built right into GME's price action is this tool for with which apes can multiply the number of shares they own astronomically. Imagine Lauer coming on stream and everyone's spamming about his luscious locks. Can you help me understand straddle plays better? If I have a call in the put with the same strike and expiration, do I need to worry about having enough cash and shares to cover them still? You're not selling them, you're buying them on a straddle. So long call, long put. I never messaged him back after I remember DMing the other week. I may have ghosted D. Lauer. I don't know. Don't worry about it. I've got someone on his team like reached out to me and I still have to get back to them and I've just been super busy. If you're comfortable sharing, what was your initial options investment to get to the point you were up 600K? I mean, I was up 600. You mean for August? I put in like, I think it was like 18K. Last November, I bought in 10,000 and then I bought 500 shares. So 10,000 in options, and I bought 500 shares. All of the profits from that in January were then used to buy more shares in February. More shares and options. At about a 75-25 split. And then since then, I've just been exercising options that I like, long dated options that I've had in order to increase the number of shares I own. I'd like to, best little studio. So why can't I buy calls for GME on computer share? Well, they're not a brokerage. Any trouble selling contracts on GameStop's hits around 1,000 per share? Yes and no, right? So it can be difficult to sell them, but if you sell, so you have your bid and your ask, right? And since IV is going to be astronomically high, the contract value is also going to be way above its intrinsic value. And so what you'll probably have to do, and this is the mid, is you'll probably have to sell that contract closer to the bid, right? Closer to its intrinsic value in order to get a buyer. But you'll get one, right? Because if you have a 300C and we're trading at $20,000, like there's going to be someone who wants to buy 100 shares of GameStop for $300 a share. You may just have to sell it for less than the actual, like, the market value of the contract. But who gives a shit, right? Based on my math, Girk owns the float. I don't. Didn't you mention an issue around cashless exercise? It's not really an issue, right? There's other ways to affect the same thing. You can do it manually. You don't need your broker to exercise. You don't need your broker to do a cashless exercise for you. If you have two contracts at the same strike, you can have your broker sell one and use that money to exercise the other. Some brokers require that you have the cash on hand to exercise. You said you can sell the contract and buy the equal amount, 100 shares, but now I'm confused. So your contract value, if we run up super hard, right, is... Hold on, Epic Pen's crashing. Your contract value is 300 plus its intrinsic value, which means whatever we're trading at. So say we're at 500. So you have $200 or 600. We'll make this easy on the math. So you have $300 intrinsic value per share, right? Plus your IV. So this is the multiplier by which your contract is valued for volatility. So if you sell this contract is going to be worth more than $300 per share. Maybe it's worth like $425 a share with IV, right? It'll be worth more than that, but that's not the point. So you can sell that contract and buy. And if you have another contract, you can sell this one and exercise this one. Or you can sell this contract and buy 100 shares at market price. Either way, you'll make more from the sale of this contract than the price of 100 shares. Does that make sense? I mean, on the run on August 24th, my 300 strikes that I had were up. I think it was 3,700%. The point is you exercise those on the way up during MOASS, right? You sell one, exercise another. If you have a spread, you can sell the out of the money shit that's only valuable because of IV to exercise the in the money shit. I bought those options on, what was it? It was the Friday before, August 20th. I did it right. I bought a lot of them right here on stream at the end of the day. I loaded up. Well, then you have shares, right? You don't sell the shares. You fucking hold the shares for MOASS, right? Because at the peaks of MOASS, you want shares because you don't want to sell your shares in blocks of 100, right? So you use those options to exercise all the way up. And then at the peaks, you have shares which you can sell individually. Yeah, shares are considered settled right away. Sell deep out of the money CCs to Wall Street bets. That's Moonwind's real secret. When we hit 10 million a share, he's just gonna sell $11 million CCs. It ironically is. Yeah, I know. No one's gonna buy them. Imagine getting. I mean, no, you'd get called away. You don't get assigned, right? So what would happen is if you sold an $11 million CC when we're trading at 10 million a share, and we went to 12 million, you would sell 100 shares at $11 million a share. Wait, you don't have to wait T+2 to sell shares from an exercised contract? Because I assume we don't. No, they are considered settled immediately upon exercising. Are you buying Feb options now? No, but I will be buying them in November. Currently, I have options on GameStop for December 17th and January 22nd. Is it 22nd or 21st? 21st, I think. Oh, that's 21st. I will be buying February calls. February 18th, is it? In November. Dr. Ninja, thank you so much for becoming a Cornishon, man. I appreciate it.
Cornishon. Cornishon.
No, Hideous Claw. So, to exercise...
Cornishon.
What happened? Stop that. To exercise the February $300 strike, right? Hold on. Epic's pen crashing again. It's $300 per share times 100. So it's $30,000 to exercise it. Double Cornishon song. Will you do a spread on Feb 18th? No, I'm buying all at one strike for February 18th. Well, two strikes, but not a spread. No problem, Hideous Claw. I'll buy some of them on stream, but not all of them. I can't because I don't have that much money in this account. And after this morning, I have even less. You can sell it and buy shares, right? How far out of the money is too far, in your opinion? I mean, if you were going to sell them on an IV spike, it doesn't matter. But remember, if you're buying like weeklies, the IV isn't going to spike very hard, right? Because the contract has. So even if the IV spikes hard, say we're getting like into the run, right? And those 800s are looking super sweet. But you're buying them for like a week out, right? Like you have no theta on them. The contract value is only like 0.5. So even if IV spikes 100% on that, the contract value is only going to be like 0.10. So if you're buying far out of the money, you want the contract to have value. So that way when IV spikes, the contract value spikes. So you want to buy, you want theta in that contract. So, you know, if you buy like a 950, say it's like November 24th or like the day before, right? November 23rd, market open. You would want to buy like, if you're buying like super far out of the money stuff, like 800s, 950s, you want to buy them for like April or Feb, right? Because these contracts will have value. They'll be like 2.05 or, you know, 1.5. And so if IV spikes 100% on those, that base value goes up 100%. You don't want to buy like, I mean, even December 17th will have value because it's a month out. But you don't want to buy like weeklies for 800 or 680 or whatever they're at the time. Because these will be worth like 0.05 and 100% spike on those isn't going to raise their value very much. This is another topic, but how would Citadel be short volatility? Well, they would use a variance swap. Selling on an IV spike is way harder than selling in the money calls. Yes, it is. Being greedy on an IV spike is very dangerous. But that's why a spread is so beneficial. Because you can buy like a weekly at 180, right? You can buy a monthly at 200. You can buy a quarterly at 250. And you can buy a leap at 600, right? And when it spikes, when the IV spikes, you can sell this and you'll have more time and you can sell this and then you can exercise these. You missed out on not sorting out those Shiba referral links. Ah, whatever. I don't have a video showing how to work options, like how to buy and sell them. Exercising is tricky. You have to call and exercise them most places. What options are you planning to buy on November 19th? I'll detail that later, Monkey Floofy. For people with far less capital, would it be smarter to play Jan Feb and buy calls in November at a 900 strike? That's tricky. If you don't have a lot of capital, like any, then your greatest chance of profits is on nearer the money weeklies. Am I supposed to be hype about November 23rd? What doing? Just found channel. Nice work. I'd hope so, Wagner. November 23rd, 23rd and 24th are the ETF quarterly and GME monthly expiration window for gamma exposure. Traditionally, GameStop runs very hard on those days, or it always has. Do you ever consider selling CCs? I don't sell CCs, but I sell CSPs on GameStop, usually. I have some right now at 170 for this Friday. I sell them weekly, where I think the floor will be. I've only gotten assigned once. Fortunately, that week I didn't have a lot, and it was only for a few of the contracts that I sold. I almost got assigned last week on my CSPs, but I managed to get out on Friday. I plan to roll my weeklies out, Monkey. So whatever weeklies I get for that run, I'll roll up and out. But I won't roll the longer term ones. How come near the money weeklies are a good chance of profit if you have low capital? They're cheap, so you can get lots of leverage for very little money. Would you get assigned to end up making money? I mean, yeah. When was it that I got assigned? I got assigned like right here. And I think it was so I had sold them at 140, I believe. I sold them at 140 like right around here, like the previous day. And then I got assigned at, I think when it hit like 138, I got assigned. But I ended up buying, a few shares for 140. But that was the last time I got assigned on them. I almost got assigned here, but I managed to get out just in time. Like when we dipped below 170. I have some at 170 right now, but I'm not really very worried about them. Sanjeet, good day to Pickler. How are you going? Good to see Smile and Happy. Very nice to come to stream with friends. Good working and always supporting. Best regards. Best regards to you, Sanjeet. Thank you so much for stopping by, man. Sanjeet song, everybody. Sanjeet in the house.
Sanjeet's in the house, Sanjeet from New Delhi. When GameStop moves, his friends will be jelly. The rest of his country is sleeping sound, but he blesses Pickles' channel because their profits abound. He turns on the stream without even looking, just to see what Chef Gherkin's got cooking. For him, it's a 2 a.m. power hour. Sanjeet's gonna make the short hedge funds cower.
Silly question, but what's the point of buying more shares and then not strictly options going forward with new capital? I don't think that's a shilly question. Are you comfortable with your GameStop holdings? Like, do you think that your holdings represent the number of shares that you want to buy? After that, you know, it's just a question of if you want leverage, right? Do you want to leverage that core holding position? I do. That may not be true for everybody. The problem is if people feel like they're going to get burned on shares, on options, you get burned 100 times faster. What do you mean by leveraging your position? Okay, well, say you have $10,000 worth of capital to deploy, right? You can split that, right, between shares and options. So you buy $5,000 worth of shares and $5,000 worth of options. Now, this $5,000 worth of options is going to represent 100 times leverage over the $5,000 worth of shares you buy. Why don't you sell deep out of the money CC if you have a lot of shares, even no IV spike? With no IV spike, it's free money. You can't, I mean, there's very little upside, right? Like after you get past a certain point, like I'm not going to sell long dated, out of the money CCs, right? Because I don't want to be locked into those. So I don't want to sell them at like 300 for like a month out because there's a lot of risk there. Less now that we know the cycles, but still a lot of risk. And the profits are minimal. So I'm going to sell one of those for like $500, right? And then risk, possibly the stock running up hard. Like, don't forget, like, even though we know the cycles, GameStop could come out tomorrow and make a big announcement and the stock can rocket, right? Like the upside potential on the stock is always there. And so I feel like there's far less risk on the downside. And that's why I sell CSPs instead. Yeah, options present a great deal of risk. There are ways to buy options where they are less risky. And to do that, you would buy them further out and closer to the current trading price. What would you say is the absolute floor on GME right now? It's like 163.50. Can you please explain IV, how it's detrimental, and what it means? Well, it's not detrimental. Oh, how it's determined. You have to use Black-Scholes model. I'm not going to try to explain options pricing. Essentially, as the stock becomes more volatile, its implied volatility goes up, right? And it is a multiplier of the value of the contract. So when IV goes up, that multiplier is then used against the value of the contract, raising the price of the contract even higher. I know some brokers will allow you to cashless exercise or sell to exercise your options. Some won't. It's tricky. The best way to do it is to just have two contracts, one to sell, one to exercise, right? That way you don't have to worry about it. So options are made taboo. Short IV, use in the money puts, and don't hedge. Seems like a strategy for MM that is short, or am I nuts? It absolutely is. And options present a significant risk to that strategy. 100% hypothetical. Say you had a large but manageable debt. In your opinion, would ROI be better to focus on getting rid of the debt completely first, or set an aside amount you can afford to lose and build up some money via trading, even with the risk, and pay off debt later? Interesting. Fluffy, do you want to DM me that and just reword it differently? Like, so you can, like, DM me like the specifics, because there's a lot of hypotheticals there. I've got an empty bull mayo jar stuffed with money from my time serving behind the dumpster. Can I just mail that to you and you'll buy my options for me? Nope. If we were to rocket next month, would the February contracts become useless? No. They would become worth more. Khan Academy is gold. There you go. Can you clip the section about selling options and title it Message to Moonwind? Caught the David versus Goliath roundtable last night. It was a bunch of AMC people saying we're all in this together. Oh, Jesus. No, we're not. AMC is the fucking hedge for GameStop, right? Jesus Christ. I was only hypothetically fluffy, but I guess real fluffy. All right. Let's say you owe to Yakuza a lot of money. How would you buy more time to wait for MOASS? Hide. I mean, if they're short variants GameStop, then they're long AMC. Why do you think all the news sentiment about AMC is positive? All the news sentiment about GME is negative. Will you buy 200s November 19th is now good or wait? I won't buy anything for November 19th. I don't expect it to move on November 19th. I'll buy things on November 19th, but no expiries for November 19th. And I'm going to enter my weeklies slowly, right? Popcorn, a best case scenario of 82 to 150. I don't even know if it's that high. Why wait to buy Feb contracts in November and not now that the stock is down? Because the stock's going to be down in November too, Jose. What are you waiting for in November that will make it a buy time? Theta. I'm not going to pay for Theta from now until I expect the stock to move, right? Hold on. I got to check something. Is this coming fucking back up or what? Jesus, the SPY is just being the worst today. Just eating my calls alive. Where was I? Oh, okay. So during this window, from here to here, I expect nothing to happen. Right? I expect GameStop to trade down and up and sideways, right? So whatever calls I intend to buy will be cheaper here than they are now. I'm not paying for this time frame, right? Because if I buy a contract now, it's just going to lose value across this window until it actually goes in the money here in November. Yeah, so what I mean by I'm not entering my weekly, I'm going to enter my weekly slowly. Hold on. I just want to see what this is doing. Yes. Volume? Wish the fucking volume would pick up a notch. Ah. So what I mean by I'm going to enter my weeklies slowly is that, let me look at my calendar 1 second. Whatever I'm going to buy for the week
for November 26th expiry, right? I am going to buy like 25 to 30% of those contracts on the 19th. Then I'm going to buy like 50% of those contracts on the 22nd. And then I will buy the remainder on the 23rd by the end of the day. So 25 to 20 to 25% on the 23rd. My cat calls are hurting. I might buy back into cat at the end of the day for earnings in the morning. I'm still thinking about it. If it stays this low and I can buy 197.50s, that's intriguing. I am bullish on their earnings. It's like if I were hit by a bus and put in a coma for a couple years, I'd be comfortable with my GME holdings as is. I can say I would feel the same way about AMC. From a business perspective. Yeah. Hey, do you anticipate taking any time off between now and January? At this point, you've certainly earned it. No. One day we'll remember when GameStop only sold video games. It's true. Two tennis coming around the corner. I mean, if you have your calls dated far enough, like not weeklies, then you won't lose any. Like, you shouldn't lose that much money to IV Crush. Are you going to buy 11, 19, 197.50 Cs? Probably. So you believe most of the action will be the 24th rather than the 23rd? It could be either date. Generally, the T+3 day is stronger. But that will depend on how much exposure there is from the monthlies. So it goes T+2, GME, ETF. So whichever one has more exposure will be the stronger day as far as upward price action goes. I'm not buying any 1119s. Oh, he's talking about Cat, not GME. Do you see the Thanksgiving closure and half day Friday to be an issue that week? No. Why would it be? Is there a lot of money to be saved by waiting to buy on the 22nd rather than the 19th? Yeah, absolutely. Let's say you're poor. Is it better to have one call closer to the money or two further away? It depends what you're playing, right? Are you playing November 24th? Are you playing the futures roll? Are you playing the run in January, right? You're going to have to choose one, make profits there, and then you can then use those profits to play the ones further out. Lurch, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate that. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club. Same goes for you Gulp. I appreciate it, man. Thank you guys so much. I'm going to give you guys an extra long chant. It's going to be dope.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
Okay, so I can see how somebody might get the idea that we would be a cult, but I think if you just hear me out, I'll lay out some reasons right here. Lady VWAP gets praised, so the stock gets a raise. Gurg leads us and feeds us with entertainment for days. We don't got great Kool-Aid, so it can't be a cult. We chant and have members, but it ain't Popeye's fault.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
We can't be a cult. It's impossible. We still have to pay our taxes. Yeah.
Weekly is monthly, quarterly. I might do like a video on that or something. Don't worry, there's time. Relax. Do you guys think the price action in December around the ETF leaks, like December 7th, will overshadow the November action? I do. It's not December 7th, though. It's the 22nd. So this is the leaps. ETF leaps, GME monthlies. And yes, I expect this price action and this price action to both be stronger than this one. Imagine if you will, right? And like I know the people that are full in DRS and all about the DRS. Imagine if you will this scenario. Thousands of options being exercised and the floats locked up in DRS. How do you hedge? Do you have 500 to 50K? I don't think 500 would get you one contract. You might be able to do like 500 to 5K. Maybe I could do 5K to 500K. Do you think IRNT holds above 11? Maybe. I don't really have any expectations for it in the near term. I think it's probably going to run around the same time GME does, so I'm not super focused on it. I'm starting to understand options better. If strike price is exceeded, do options closer to expiry increase in value faster than options expiring further out? No. You hedge that by getting liquidated. That's right. How would you do 5K to 500K? Mostly at the money weeklies or what? Initially, it would be weeklies, but then I could spread it out. What happened to your daily DD post? It's up, isn't it? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Which broker do you recommend? For what, David? Just my favorite brokers? I have different ones for different things, so. Is it better to buy weeklies for the run up and roll them up and out rather than buying further out contracts? Yeah, your top picks, but mainly for options. What? Is it better to buy weeklies? Okay, I'll explain that in a second. David Sharp, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. I appreciate it. All of you guys, thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream, and I'll get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
I mean, it could drift lower, but it's likely to hold at or around max band. At least today. It probably helps that the market's fucking sideways, too. Do you have a price prediction for the run-up in December and January? No. It will be accelerated by options. I know that much. Okay, oh, there was something I wanted to talk about. Shit, I really want to watch this because I want to get out of these because I don't like the market today at all. It keeps like spiking really high. I don't know why it's so volatile. There we go. What's the date after 1/22/2022? January 25th, right? Yes. Up 17% on ME calls. Let's go. Awesome, dude. Oh yeah, it broke 12. Sweet. Watch that 1250 resistance though, for those of you guys that are in on this. If it keeps trending up, you know, don't be afraid of your profits because it's probably going to test that resistance several times. GameStop still coming down. Fuck, man. This thing does not want to break out. Just broke up with my toxic girlfriend. I'm officially ready for the lodge. Awesome, it's me, BK. So, in a little bit, I'll go into more like options things. Trina, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Doug Dimmadome, I know you were asking, but give me a minute. Let me focus on getting out of this profitably if I can. Can you take a look at iron too? Likely to dump again. Yeah, it's just climbing. Probably. It's not even at a new intraday high. It's consolidating. I could see it coming back down. Or it'll push up. If it pushes up to new highs, then it might keep running. They have some, like, good news today, I think. Based on August, likely November run would just be to around 220-ish max. Maybe. Small me, You're forgetting there's no share offering this time. Did I miss the answer to the question about buying weeklies and rolling up and out? I haven't answered it yet. I'm trying to see if the SPY is going to break 450, 650. So I can get out of these fucking calls. Filled. Son of a bitch. Alright, well. Profitable? Yes. Good enough for me. Alright. Now that I'm out of that, give me 1 second. No, I had 156s. And now it's gonna rip after it dipped and fucking stopped me out. Anything you're looking to play for tomorrow or flat rest of the week? I might be buying some cat near close. Ooh. Actually, I might buy some cat now. Options. 200s. 216. Nope. I'm gonna buy some cats in the morning, or I'll pick them up over here, I guess, because I don't have settled funds. Goddamn stupid son of a bitching GFEs. All right, give me a second. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then I'm going to come back, and I will explain rolling weeklies up and out. For those of you listening in, GME trading at 175.14. Nice slow fall back to max pan. Don't want to spike the IV. This just in. I will have to end the stream a little bit early today. I have to go sign a lease. So sorry. No, not MOASS. Calm down. It's not MOASS. I have to go. I got to make it to my bank, and they close at 5. So I think I'm going to end the stream at 3. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I'm super stoked. I'm going to be able to move out of this fucking hellhole. How dare you take care of your personal affairs? But first, let me explain rolling up and out. All right, so going into November, right? So like I don't want to buy options here. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this, so it's definitely not financial advice. All right. So I don't want to buy options here, right? Because I don't want to pay for this window where my options are just going to lose value until I expect something to happen. Now, don't get me wrong. This does not account for potential catalysts. They can't be predicted. So there's nothing you can do about them, right? You can't predict them. There's no point in trying to plan for them. And so, yeah, if you really think something crazy is going to happen in the next 19 trading days, you could risk that 19 days of theta in order to have a safeguard against that. And I do, and I think it's fair for me to mention that. I already own January and February calls that I bought for this window, right? I sold my November 19th on the spike yesterday. I'm out of those. So I currently hold no calls for November. But I do have calls in December, January, and February already, which is part of the position I'm going to explain now. So I plan on buying calls for this, as this is my first expected run up here on 11/24. I'm going to be buying calls on the 19th, the 22nd, and the 23rd, the morning of the 23rd, for this expected price action. On the 19th, for weeklies, I will be buying those calls for November 26th. I will also be buying calls for January and February and December 17th, right here on Quad Witching. Now, these December calls are likely going to be sold around here. The weeklies are obviously going to be sold on the day of the run. The Januaries and Februaries will also all be sold on this run, right? So I'm going to sell all my calls on this run. The January and Februaries are not going to be sold on this date, though, right? I expect price action to spike on this date, but unless I see a significant decline on the following day, there's the potential for them to roll the futures contracts, right? So by holding those December, January, and February calls through this period, like they'll stay in the money, right? Because GameStop will have gone up, $50 or whatever. So they'll still hold value. They won't be as worth as much as they were on this run. But if we continue to run, they will increase in value, right? As we go into that roll date. If at the midpoint, I see the price action declining, I will sell out of those while they still hold value. Because that means they're going to fail the rollover, right? Which means I don't expect any price action again until 12/22. Okay, so where was I on this? All right, so, and then my weeklies I plan to all sell on the date the stock runs. Now, what will I do with the proceeds from those weeklies? Well, say I put in $3,000 and it goes to like 15, right? I will then take that $15,000 after I've sold those weeklies, and I will roll that money out to January and February at higher strikes, right? So I will close these. Say these are like 180s, 200s, 225s. I will close these and roll these out to January and February at higher strikes. So like say January 250s, February 300s, right? And what I will do by doing that is I will multiply the number of contracts I have. So I will say I started this run with, you know, like 10 contracts. By rolling them up and out like that, I will then have, you know, maybe 20 to 30 contracts, depending on the price and IV, if I can buy them low on an IV dip. There'll be there's a lot of variables around that, but that's essentially the idea. And so what I'm doing is I'm building leverage for these dates. So I'm using the capital from that run to build leverage, more leverage further out. Any other questions on that before I clip this? Clip it. I am going to do that. I'm going to close at the peak and buy more later. Because it's just like trading a stock, right? You sell high, buy low. So I'm going to sell those at the peak here. And then I'm going to buy back in as soon as I've determined the price movement. Put me in the clip. Missed a dillionaire while you were gone. Oh, did I? They were trying to get out of the chant? Just do it. Thank you so much for becoming a dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the stream as soon as I'll get you added to the country club as soon as the stream is over. Thank you so much, man.
Yo. Let's get it. We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro. We some GME lovers, not a cult. Not a cult.
So then you'll sell the contracts you bought 250, 300 on the December spike. Now I will sell the Januaries, January 22nd, which is like right here. I will sell those on the December spike because no matter what, I know there's no price action here. Right? So I'll sell the Januaries, depending on how high this goes. I'll sell the Januaries here and then move that capital also out to February. So basically the idea is I'm going to keep taking my capital and rolling it forward through all these volatile price action periods into February to encapsulate the very last of these. I'm just going to roll them manually. I don't like the automatic rollings. Like, they always suck. I missed a Ko-Fi. Sorry, guys. I just wanted to get through that. 100% hypothetical. Oh, no, I didn't. Okay. I got the one from Jonathan Poindexter. Thank you, Jonathan. Is this rolling strategy learned from Borden? No, it's super fucking risky. But that's what you do to turn a small amount of capital into a very large amount of capital. If you continue to expect the stock to go up, right? What brokerage are you going to use through all this? I will probably have to split it up. For my weeklies, probably WeBull and IBKR. For the further out stuff, Fidelity or Vanguard. Or will you do like 75%, keep 25% for more weeklies on the expected spike dates? I mean, I have reserve capital, but yeah, I'll probably keep some profits to continue to buy weeklies for, you know, these periods right here. Yeah, no problem. Pickle milk. God, fuck the spy. Whatever. At least I didn't lose money on it. When using conditional order triggers another, you can't cancel the second order if the first one triggers. Rip my AMD puts this morning. That sounds super shitty. I'm not familiar with TDA's system. How high do you expect the 1st November date to go up? So that's interesting. We could speculate on it, but it doesn't really mean anything. We went up $70 from a low that morning of, what's it? 160 to a high of 225. So we went up $65 from open. And the previous day's close 163. So yeah, we went up $65 from open. And then an additional 17 and an additional 7% the following day. No, we just spiked at 227 the following day. Okay, so if we go into this one and we're able to lock 175, which would be awesome, or even 170, we're starting $10 higher. So I expect the price target to be like 225 to 230. Now remember, on this run, I only thought we were going to hit like 210. And we ended up greatly, I think, or maybe 200 was my prediction for the day. We got far more volume than I expected to get. We haven't had a lot of time between then and now, but the floor is raised, right? The floor is continuously upward. So ideally, even if they dip us hard, we're going to be entering that at least at 165. Yeah, the contract still expires on 11/26, regardless of Thanksgiving. It's a horrible UI. Get used to it. Iron T1250 running for me. Thanks, guys. Awesome, dude. I'm glad to hear that. It was 200 or 205. Yeah. And so we got way more volume than I expected to get. Here's the thing, though. This is the tricky part about this coming November. This represented a significant number of shares sold. And there's just no way that a portion of those shares were not used to reduce the effect of this whole cycle, right? And it did. It very effectively reduced this entire cycle. There's no share offering from here to here. So the exposure on those contracts, all those fucking derivatives, is now not muted by that massive selling that occurred from June until August. I agree. IRT just paid for my Dillionaire. GG. I think it's going to run like a little bit right now. It's going to stay pretty volatile. The good news is helping them out, but I still don't expect it to spike hard for a little while. It may test like 15 again. I got out of my calls this morning when they went up. Gosh, Kirk is showing his wrinkles again, making me feel some type of way. You're welcome, Carl. Now, what would I do if I had almost no money? Well, this is tricky. I would sell whatever I could buy for weeklies. I would buy weeklies in the 180 to 210 range. Like if I had like a very low amount of capital or low budget, this would be my only initial investment. I would then roll those out to January. I would roll half of that money out, 50%, out to January 21st, to the leap day. And then I would take the other half and I would hold it. I would then buy weeklies before the second ETF run up and roll half of that capital out to February. Hold the other half for the 25th. But I would buy in for the 25th. I'm not sure what Friday that lands on. I believe it's 25th, 26th. So January, I'd buy January. Maybe not. Hold on. Let me think about this. I would probably buy February 5th on January 12th. Interestingly, this is the same week options that I held last year entirely. I bought $20 and $30 strikes last year for, it wasn't February 5th. I think it was maybe it was the 5th. Yeah, it was February 5th. That's funny. But I would buy those on the 11th or the morning of the 12th. So essentially what I would do is try to have weeklies on this, and this day, and then roll some profits forward out to February. So that way the volume of calls I have for February 5th or the monthlies on the 18th. I think it's the 18th, right? Wrong direction. 1 second. Yeah, the volume of calls I have for the monthly for February 5th and 18th. Because if you start out with like 5 contracts here and you nail every one of these dates, you could end up with, like 40 to 50 contracts out in February, which represents, 4,000 to 5,000 shares of GameStop. The problem with being poor and rolling up and out and up and out and up and out is that you take on a ton of risk, right? And you're sacrificing all of your realized capital throughout the whole thing. So you've really got to have that's what happened to me in August, right? Was that I had this almost 20K position. And it went up to 600,000, right? But I sold it all and rolled it forward, expecting the price action to continue into the roll date, right? Which, then would have left me with $10 million if it had. It did not, though, right? It just tanked, and I got IV crushed and lost my value. So what I should have done, you have to remember, at this point, I didn't realize that they could fail to roll, right? I had no idea. I just thought that they had to roll. Otherwise, they would be exposed and unhedged. What calls did you have that went from 20K to 600K? I had a lot. I had a lot out of the money. And also calls were dirt fucking cheap. I had some... I believe it was 150, 180, 200. And then I had a lot of 300, 350s. I think I had some 320s also. Don't take out a second mortgage. Don't ever invest more than you can afford to lose. All the standard stuff. This is what I'm doing and what I would do. These are hypotheticals. You obviously have to formulate your own plan. The 300Cs were super fucking cheap. Which of those calls went up the most? I think the 220s went up the most. I mean, if you're talking about percent-wise, the out-of-the-money ones, 250, 300, 325. Oh, it was 325s I had and 350s. What's the current YOLO you're strongly recommending we all do right now? I'm not recommending anybody YOLO into silver. I'm just stating that this is the way to gain leverage and increase position size over an expected run-up. If you do it smart and you exercise or buy shares with your profits, you could exponentially increase your core GameStop holding, if nothing else. Most lurker, and that breakdown was insanely helpful. Thanks for all your help. No problem. Yeah, I mean, the idea of exponentially rolling out your options is not uncommon. It's just very risky. But yeah, essentially you can turn 1 into 2 contracts, into 4 contracts, into 8 contracts, right? And yeah, your strike keeps going up, so it gets riskier and riskier every time you roll up. But if the price action follows suit, you're going to make a shitload of money, right? Because out here, you're 8x leveraged or 800x leveraged over if you just bought, you know, a share here on the weekly. So potentially, depending on what we're trading at here, say on November 23rd, you were to buy 1 weekly contract at 170. Say we're trading at 165, right? Or you could buy 1 share. If you bought a weekly contract here and you rolled it up and out, and then you also perfectly timed December 22nd, and then perfectly timed January 25th, you could have you could have 300 shares leverage out here, or I'm sorry, 1 to 2 to 4, 400 shares of leverage here versus that 1 share. You have to remember, though, I'm okay with all of this because I own a lot of GameStop stock already, right? Like, I have like 5x shares. So I don't really care about buying more shares. But this is also how I increased my shareholding of GameStop. All those options I bought in February, all the out of the money ones that like just barely printed, were used to exercise the in the money ones. So what I'm trying to tell everybody is that that's a possibility for everyone with a small amount of market knowledge and some capital to risk, is that you can I mean, it's not, because I have a cost basis, small meow. It's also all unrealized. But that's the point, is that, like, you know, I didn't start all of this with a shitload of money or a shitload of GameStop. I'm not a multi-billionaire. My point is now that we know, like, I didn't know when these run-ups were going to happen in January and March, right? Like, I had no fucking clue back then. I was just bullish as hell on the stock. Now we do, right? And that's a huge advantage. Like, I got lucky buying in November and buying in February. We don't know, and that's why, small meow, the safe play is to have your options really far out, right? That's the safe way to leverage GameStop. Clip the whole stream, boys. Yeah, because if you're really far out and nothing happens, right? All the DD's wrong, nothing occurs. Those options aren't going to lose any value, right? You're going to lose a little to theta, but not a lot. And so, yeah, you know, even if this isn't MOASS, right? Say this whole cycle just gives us a new floor above 300. Say it just pushes us up here. You could go into the next quarter in March, end of February, owning, 100 times more GameStop than you currently do. I'm not screaming. When do you shoot for the higher percent increase regardless of how much money you have? You mentioned you're far out of the money calls made a higher percent. Why wouldn't you? Because of the risk, right? Also the timing and the liquidity. If you have, so say I were to just go into this date and buy like 500, 300 Cs. Like that's 50,000 shares leverage, right? If the price runs up to 250, I'm going to 40x my entry. So 4,000%. But I'm going to have a very small window with which to capture those gains. Right? Whereas if I have some in the monies, those are safe, right? As my price goes up, my 180s and my 200s and 210s and 225s go into the money. Those are pretty safe. Those are going to hold their value over some chop or downward price action. Those 300s, 350s, there's going to be a small window where they're at peak value, and everyone's going to be trying to sell that option in that window. So while they represent more leverage for less capital, they also represent more risk in regards to liquidity. Do you think cat will go up? I don't know, honestly. It's not looking great. For the weekly. I mean, I still think my November 17th and December 17th are very good plays. And I still may buy some end of day for, it's coming back up a little bit. I may still buy some weeklies at the end of day just to see what happens. But, that's capital I'm just risking, right? Like, there's no guarantee. They could have shit earnings and the stock could tank tomorrow, and I'm just going to lose out on those options. But, I'm willing to spend like $600 to $1,000 to see if I'm right. But, yeah, I'm going to continue to hold my November 17th and my December 17th because I am bullish on the stock, and I think it has a lot of upside potential. What price can we see in January from the data you have? So I kind of went over that. It's tricky. I don't know. There's no share offering this time. We could go up, 30%. Like here, we went up 9 and 19% over 2 days. Here we went up 17%, right? So 19 versus 17, but this was with the share offering. So without the share offering, we could go up much more, like the March and June cycles. I don't know how much that gamma exposure is affected by the share offering. Theoretically, it shouldn't be any, right? Because this has nothing to do with FTDs or shares available. This has to do with gamma exposure over the quarter and the monthly. So theoretically, if GameStop went up during this period and contracts were exercised and things like that, or there are a significant number of contracts in the money going into this date, right? Which there should be, because we went from here to up here. So all of these contracts for the monthlies and quarterlies should be in the money. That means more exposure. And the same is true for ETFs containing GME, right? Do you agree with Pone Barbecue's analysis? Which one? About the SLD thing that her and Linux were doing? Without the March and June cycles, we should go up higher at the first November date. I think this date on 11/24, 11/23, the 23rd, 24th, I think this window, this gamma exposure window, it has greater potential than this one did. Not only for volume, but for volatility. I don't know how much greater though. What will happen though is this window will tell me a lot about this one, because this one will be greater. Because this is ETF leaps, not quarterlies, which have a significantly higher OI and also represent gamma exposure from across the entire year. And GameStop's gone up a lot this year. When your options deep in the money, say a 180C and the price is trading at 225, is it more beneficial to exercise or sell and buy shares manually? That's up to you. You can sell the contract and then wait for the price to drop, which it like here's the thing though, if they roll, the price is going to continue upwards into the roll date. And this is kind of probably the most difficult part of this whole thing, is if they roll, the price continues up, right? If they don't, the price will go down. And it appears that this area is somewhere around the break point for that, to determine if the price will continue to go up or it will go down. And that was true in the previous cycles as well, but it varies by a few days. So I haven't included it in my analysis because it's kind of irrelevant. It'll either just continue up, and you'll be able to tell, right? Because it'll continue up immediately, or it will trend down from around the midway point. So if the stock trades flat and has a hard time running up for the next few days, it's likely they're not rolling. No, it's not YOLO anything. These are just various strategies. Critters. If GME is at 165 on 11/23 and I buy 12 through 170s and plan to sell on 11/24, do you think that play will make money if we go to 210, 220 on 11/24? Of course. First of all, you've got, $30, $40, $40 to $50 intrinsic. So if you have a 170 strike, which is here, so you have a 170 strike, which is right here where that blue line is, and we go up to say we go up to 210. Let's make it easy. We go up here to 210. Right? This is all intrinsic value. So without IV, your contract will be worth 40 times $100. Plus IV percentage, however much your IV has grown. So say we're at 70% IV when you buy them. IV goes to 150%. So let's say 75. IV goes to 150%. Then this value will be multiplied by 75%. 1.75%. Oh no, I don't think it's all algos. I mean a lot of it, right? Most market trading through funds is done via algos. But I don't think like the cycle is locked in by algorithms that are just running wild. I don't think she does either, but that seems to be the implication you're making. I've spoken with her quite a lot. I think she thinks they're using. I mean, they are, right? If they're short volatility, then they're using algos to hedge that volatility, either to the up or downside. Do I need to send tuition for watching this? No. When rolling up and out, how far out would you roll in terms of percent? I mean, I would sell on the spike, wait for a decline, then buy back in before the next spike. And then at the top of this spike, roll out and secure a safer long-term position. Sell high, buy low, you know, just like stocks, but more. Is it possible that they try to throw off the cycle? Yes, it is. I don't think they can, however. If they could have thrown off these ETF expiration dates for every quarter, they would have, and they haven't. This has occurred 6 times, or this will be the sixth one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this would be the 6th event. And they didn't throw it off here, and the knowledge of it was public. Like, I mean, I was discussing August 24th for a while. I think other people mentioned it as well. I think maybe Crayons brought it up at some point, as the 35th was one of his T plus 35. It's T plus 35, and that's where that's when he pulled back on the. Oh crap! I have to put all these back in. It was T plus 35 from quad witching, which was here. Which was when all those puts were. I think. Was it? Hold on. No, it wasn't. I'm not sure where he got it from. Actually. Maybe it was from the monthlies? So that would have been 35 days. So it would have been 35 from the 21st. I'm not sure. I do think he mentioned August 24th. I think it was just the understanding of what drove it was incorrect. Like everyone assumes it's from those like out of the money puts. And I don't think that's right. I think those out of the money puts are part of their volatility model. So they're used to hedge the volatility. Is retail paper handing? No, I don't think so. So I think they've been can kicking a short squeeze for a long time. But I think this window that we're running into in January doesn't allow for that. I don't know how they stop this a second time, especially with the price where it is. You have to remember that we went into this window last year trading at like $20. And we peaked at 483. Even if they turn off the buy button this time, I don't think they can stop it. I think they had a year for the market to crash and possibly get out from the positions or to get retail to sell. I mean, their initial assumption had to be if we wait a year, retail will sell, right? How could they have predicted that thousands upon thousands of people would hold one stock who'd never participated in the market before, hold one stock for an entire fucking year? And they've run it up. They've run it up to 350 and we held, and they ran it up to 350 again and we held, and they've tried chopping it sideways for months at a time and we've held. Yeah, if you trade on Fidelity, you need to use Active Trader Pro if you're actively trading. You can't fucking trade Visa like with their web app. It's garbage. Who the fuck's gonna take their bags? I mean, they can lock up that short position in derivatives and swaps, but no prime is gonna take on their risk for them. They can internalize those contracts and hide them from reporting requirements, which is likely what they've done. What I'm trying to say is that January is not the same as all the other cycles. Right? That's the first thing that everyone needs to understand is this cycle is not the same. All the other cycles are very simple. They are ETF, roll or not roll, fail. Right? And the ETF is what kickstarts the increased price action. That was true last September, last December, last November, when that's last February, June, and August, right? The difference is this time is that thing, that exact gamma exposure moment that kicks off the cycle doesn't happen just once like it does on all the other cycles. It happens 3 fucking times in a row. And each at more momentously than the time before it. Can you explain rolling options? Is it the same as selling your option and buying a new one at the same strike price, or is there more to it? Yeah, well, I mean, that's just a straight roll. Is you would sell and buy a new strike further out in order to maintain the same strike. You can increase your leverage by rolling up and out, or you can decrease your risk by rolling out and down. They're fucked. They're super, super, super fucked. So this thing that we've run up on every time right here on November 24th, this happens again here. Except instead of quarterlies, it's leaps. And then it happens again here. And it's then more leaps. And GME leaps. You acted mysterious yesterday when someone mentioned the 50-cent puts that you had said were a nothing burger. Spill it. They are a hedge against volatility. But there'll be more in the DD. We're working on it now. Something's different about you today. You're hyped, and now I'm hyped. Yeah, because we're about to enter 19 days of sideways trading before this shit takes off. And people need to know that here's what I don't know. I don't know if MOASS is a self-fulfilling prophecy or not. Is the knowledge that this is MOASS, or this is the greatest potential for MOASS, what people need to know? And if it is, then I need to let people know that this is likely the highest probability moment, right? The corner we've backed the short hedge funds into, this is the corner. And so, based on the SEC report, if retail did what we did last year without knowledge that that's what was happening, imagine what it could be this year with us having that knowledge. This is the guillotine. Like, that's what this represents. They are exposed from every angle that we know that they have hidden the short position on this stock. Well, if they don't roll, they're not hedged. A user. How much does this depend on retail buying options? Well, I multi-blues. Last January did not happen because retail bought stock. Now, I know the SEC said it wasn't a gamma squeeze, but it was a gamma ramp. And if we'd gotten the price high enough, it would have been a gamma squeeze. And if it had been a gamma squeeze, it would have been a short squeeze. So, because that's the goal for MOASS, right? For MOASS to occur, the price has to go from where it is now up to a level at which it's no longer sustainable for those short on it. And once it can cross that point, then MOASS. It's not MOASS is that's what you need. That's the booster rocket, right? That launches this shit to the moon. GameStop needs to go from 170 to like $1,000. And the only way retail could ever present enough pressure for that to occur is with options. So yeah, you can lose a lot of money on options. They are risky, but they also present leverage. And leveraged retail is the world's biggest fucking hedge fund. And January proved that. I fucking love you, man. Thanks, Index Fund Investor. All right, I'll clip it. Oh, this wasn't short. Moadib. If I get called in front of Congress, I'm going to tell them the same thing DFE did. I like the fucking stock. So DRS acts as a multiplier in a way that options act as a multiplier, right? DRS in the event in this event. So I don't think enough shares have been DRS'd yet for us to see a significant increase. I too lost money on Spotify, but this lesson needs tuition. Let me patch up some of those spots. Thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate that, man. You got it, dude. 1 second, guys. I'll get to the Ko-Fis. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate that, man. Lugs, did you take into consideration the Thanksgiving holiday? Yeah, it doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with their exposure. Thanks, man. You got it, Burabaldo. We need Wall Street Bets to learn about this in a way they wouldn't day trade it. Well, I'll get to that in a second, Long Dancing. Thank you guys so much. Slim Inc., I appreciate you becoming a Long Johnson, man. Thank you. What was I talking about? DRS. Okay. So we know that this cycle has FTD spikes, right? We know that if they don't roll, we get an FTD spike on T+2, and then we get FTD spikes here, here, and here, right? Now we have baseline FTDs that are constantly occurring on GameStop. They're low. And these spikes represent a large increase in those FTDs, right? They occur T+2, and then T+35, 35, and 35 from the options expiry. What DRS does currently is it should increase the low value. These constant FTDs that occur every day, those should continually be going up, right? And so what that means is that when we get an FTD spike, DRS should act as a multiplier on that spike. So, if if DRS has raised the running FTD total by 10%, then that spike should be 10% higher because of DRS. Right? So it would have the spike plus 110%, which creates more FTDs, which causes them to hedge more, right? And if they have to hedge more, then they need shares. And if they need shares and the shares are locked up, there's less shares available. Right? And so I think DRS will matter most since the value's still so low. I think DRS will matter most here where the pressure's really on. Whatever shares have been DRS'd up till this point will matter most here when the pressure's really on, because they will be looking for shares and those shares won't be available. So, I mean, yeah, if we had 100% of the float registered, that could act as a catalyst without any of this, right? But we don't. And it's unlikely that we will by the time January occurs. But what it does do is it puts pressure on them from two sides with options. So you have options here and DRS here. And say DRS is presenting, say we register 10% of the float, 10% leverage here and 100 times leverage here, so 10x and 100x. This creates a situation where they cannot hedge appropriately, which means they can't hedge volatility. They can't hedge their short positions. And they can't hedge their market making and AP duties, which means they need to free up stock, which means they have to raise the price, right? And this is what, so we can actually, like, theoretically, retail can squeeze them between options and DRS. Because if you can't fuck them in one hole, you fuck them in another. Classy. Thanks, Dave. It's not my saying. And we sit around and we think about funds like Renaissance and Vanguard and BlackRock, right? And we're like, these guys are going to save our asses. They're long GameStop. But according to the SEC in January, we were the hedge fund that ran the stock. We were the pump. This is the best cult. We don't know if Rentec's still on. We know Vanguard bought some more, and we know BlackRock sold some. But you know what? Guess what? Guess what? We don't give a shit. It doesn't fucking matter who's long. We are. You have 500,000 people on Superstonk. You have 10 million on Wall Street Bets. If every single one of these people owned an in-the-money option, okay, 660K. Actually, you know what? Fuck Wall Street Bets. If every single person on Superstonk owned an in-the-money option, just one, One option. That's the float. Yes, mic drop. I don't want to drop my mic. It was expensive, but, well, it was cheap, but I am also cheap. Now, what happens if they all exercise those options? You want to know if retail owns the float? That'll fucking tell you real quick. You guys have CFDs, right? Or you have IBKR in Europe. So you can have options. No, not sell all shares. Don't sell your shares. That's stupid. All the anti-option shit has always been FUD. People got burned and they got sad. And that's why it created the anti-option sentiment. Jack Stonk, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I will get you added to the Dillionaires Country Club as soon as the stream is over. I mean, everyone said, like, everyone said, okay, you're taking all your money and you're giving it to Citadel. And on weeklies, that's been mostly true, right? You are. It's pretty direct. But the inverse of that also has to be true as well, right? If you're making money on options, you're stealing money from Citadel. If you are buying options on the exact dates that you know they have to run the stock, then they are losing money. How could the right to buy the float be bad? If they're not hedging appropriately, then they're 10 times more fucked. Russell by Jimmy's. I'm sorry, 100 times more fucked. No, but you can look it up. You could Google how to buy options. And you can buy risky options, you can buy safe options. That all depends on everybody's own individual situation. I can't directly offer you individually financial advice or as a whole, but I can say that this is the way it is done. That's why I've followed this fucking stock for as long as I have, to identify this moment where it all comes together, this moment of inception where MOASS is born. Okay, cash covered options through Fidelities does not help you. Did you say we were all coming together? Best cult ever. I mean, this is it. This is the singularity. This is where they are most fucked. In my mind, I don't see any other catalyst as strong as this one. Sure, GameStop could, leak their forward plans for an NFT marketplace, or Ryan Cohen could do a dividend, or like those are catalysts, but there's none like our own, right? And we know about this one. It's real. It's backed by data. It's happened time and time and time again over the last 5 quarters. No, November 19th isn't the day. Well, any corporate release will only kick that process earlier, right? Possibly. Or they'll just short the shit out of it to drive away the FOMO. So if nothing pans out from November to January, what do we do? There's the next quarter. I don't see how nothing pans out. We trade flat for the next 3 months? No. Do you ever just buy at market value and not do options? Yeah. I buy the stock. Couple Ko-Fis. Oh, sorry. I'm caught up in my rant. I've been watching you play the world's greatest video game for 6 months, forming pickle-shaped wrinkles along the way. I think it's time the retail player base learn about options. Thanks for the speech, Colt Daddy. Thanks, Grizz. Great stuff, Kirk. This is Moak, mother of all clips. Thank you as always. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. If we were to plan on buying any shares before November 23rd, 24th, should we wait and buy in the money options with our cash on hand to exercise to worsen the 23rd, 24th pump? Push up. That's up to you, man. I can't tell you what to do with your money, right? I can just tell you the opportunity that this presents. It's hard. It's a shitty situation to be in. I'd love to just be like, yeah, everyone buy options, buy them at these strikes, exercise them at these dates, but I can't. That's collusion, right? But I can tell you that this shit looks good. I have not DRS'd any shares, but I might DRS one this week. We'll see. I was still waiting for the next FTD report. Because I think the next FTD report will show us evidence of DRS working. If I have evidence of DRS working, I will DRS some shares. I've said it before. I'll say it again. If a covered option is out of the money, then do I lose my share? If you sell a covered call, which is a bearish bet, so say you had a covered call at 180 right now, and this price went to 185, you will sell your shares, 100 shares at 180. That's why it's called a covered call. January 20th is National Cheese Lovers Day. Just saying, Havarti for MOASS. Thank you. You're not a cult treasurer. February 300Cs are $1,100, I think, right now. They'll be cheaper next month. This is a good idea to day trade a company I used to work for. I know they're not going anywhere soon, up or down. Their business is stable, and their stock just bounces between $4 and $6. If you want to, I don't know. Doesn't sound very interesting. Are options more powerful than just buying and holding? That depends. Over time, no. During a particular period of time, yes. May, July, August, Hedges gave us 140s, 150s discounts. Were options at that moment typically good timing? Yes. Or was the volatility offsetting? There was no the volatility was at its lowest before every run. All the way back. If you go back to January, volatility was at its lowest there. And again here. Volatility was at its lowest here before the run in June. Volatility was at its lowest here and the price at its cheapest before the run in August. And volatility was at its lowest and price cheapest before the run in March. And the same can be said of the run in last September as well. The guy at Fidelity told me to apply for level 2. You need higher level options than level 2 to buy long calls. Well, at Fidelity, I think you do. Fidelity has different levels, right? Fidelity's level 2 is collateralized options. Level 3 is long call. I don't remember. Okay, level 2 is all right. That's what. All right. You need level 3. Level 2 is long call. Just did it recently. Okay, so then you should be fine. Okay. Could some broker shut off the buy button? Who gives a shit? They still have to hedge your option. We may see that again. We'll see. I mean, if it's volatile and big enough of an event, we'll see, you know, failures in brokerage systems without a doubt. Don't miss my Ko-Fi. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you do one? I won't. Thanks for keeping the fire stoked for me over the next few months. Let's fucking go. Damn straight, Mr. Finch. Haha, looks like I perfectly sold the peak on my SPY 0 DTs. Awesome, man. I should have held a little longer, but I was done with it. And it looked like it was going to continue to chop. God, man, it's just... Maybe there's something big in earnings that I'm missing? I don't get it. Ooh, news. Caterpillar's earnings outlook. EPS estimate slightly lower. Analysts estimate reported earnings per share of 220. Caterpillar bulls will hope to hear the company announce they've not only beaten that estimate, but will also provide positive guidance or forecasted growth for the next quarter. Blah, 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 blah. Last quarter, the company beat EPS by 9.24%, which was followed by a 0% drop in share price the next day. Just followed by a fucking rip the next day. Anyway. I don't know about the EU brokers, if they shut off the buy button or not. I think some might have. Cat 200 for Friday. I'm thinking about picking some up near market close. I'll probably have to do it once I'm out of the house already, though. Because, I mean, I'm going to shut the stream off. Iron Teeth 1345. Awesome. Can I adopt you? Being a Crawford clan member comes with benefits. Give you financial advice to your family. And we let you share Kevin's sheep. It's a clan thing. Are 12.5s slightly safer? Yeah. But it could also just be a waste of theta. It depends, right? Like, spending extra to hedge risk is never a waste of money. How likely is it that we see 180? I mean, we saw 180 today, right? I think what will likely happen is we will see shorting when they have the margin to do so, and run-ups from the gamma exposure, and we will chop somewhere in this range until we reach that date. More likely, we will chop here till the end of this week and then get shorted down and chop here, coming up slightly into the action in November. Don't forget our long-term trend here, right? This breaks out on the 24th, by the way. But we will probably consolidate within this channel, high and low, until then. Just for anybody who's in here now that wasn't in here earlier, yes, I will be cutting the stream off in about 20 minutes. I have some things I have to do today. That's fair, Muhammad. There's nothing wrong with buying and holding. You only need level 2 for long calls, some guy on the internet. So how about Wall Street bets? You said you'd be speaking about them. Well, I mean, it's fucking obvious, right? Wall Street bets was the reason that we ran in January. Right? That should be fucking super apparent to everyone. There weren't a lot of shareholders in GameStop in January, right? Like, people hadn't bought in mass. People weren't diamond handing the fucking stock. DFE was. But all January was a bunch of fucking degenerates with out of the money call options. And little did they know, behind the scenes, hedge funds were going to drive the price into those options. Now we know it. That's all that's really changed. And, you know, people think options are evil. I mean, I had like 500 shares, but I had like a lot of call options, right? Like, as far as share concentration, you know, I only had 500 shares going into January, but I had a lot of call options, which represented a much larger portion of shares. So we've had about 7. Well, I think we'll continue to see fire signals on them as we consolidate into the next breakout, Jake. Awesome, D-Pipe. I mean, how about calling Wall Street bets back in? I mean, they'll come in, right? It's inevitable. I think I'm banned from there. I don't think I can post there. But the word will get around, right? All of you have heard it. Whoever watches the videos will hear it. People will talk. We have a lot of time. 19 trading days is an eternity, so. I didn't sell my shares in January. I sold my options, obviously. Last time we went to 150 before the August run, so you don't see that happening. Only 170. 165 is currently our like EMA 180 or 163. It's 163.50. So I don't see us going below that. I think the buy pressure on the low end is too high there. Oh, sorry. GameStop coming back up to max ban. Yeah, the idea is so TTM predicts the direction, and then the squeeze signal between BBKC and TTM is relatively the same. It's the idea that you go from moments of very low volatility to moments of high volatility. So volume and volatility drop, squeeze signal occurs, volume and volatility pick up. This is true for most actively traded stocks. Will weeklies be super cheap right before late January? Probably not. I'd imagine if I'm right about this cycle, IV will stay up pretty high after November 19th. What's the significance of max span? It's where the market wants the price. Options keep us at max pain. It's the price point at which market makers make the most money, and it represents the price at which the most contracts are out of the money. I'll have to check it out, Visceral. Light drop in IV after earnings. Yeah, depending on when they do them. That could be another opportunity during that, if there's IV crush, especially if earnings aren't great. IV lowest November 19th or November 22nd. I mean, you're talking like a 0.5% difference, Moon. Couldn't people just buy tons of at the money options to force price improvement? Yeah, but people can't afford those. It answers so many questions about how I found you. I'll check it out as soon as I'm out of here. I'll try to watch it when I'm driving. Just got my last midterm and I'm off tomorrow. Y'all know what that means. More hours behind the Wendy's. Are options better than just buying and holding for applying upward price movement? Yes. Because they represent 100 shares per contract. So if you have 5 contracts, that's 500 shares. No one's sold to buy SHIB? When trying to enter an options play for the future, is there any way to determine the best time to buy them so that you don't pay really high on IV? You can look up historical IV. Ours is historically low right now. You can also just look at like long-term RSI, right? On like the daily. When the RSI 14 is at its lowest, IV is also at its lowest. This is what being a career day trader feels like. You made $4 on SHIB and $15 on IRNT. Sounds like you paid your rent in Philadelphia for an entire month, Dan Almighty. That's how it works, right? My wife told me if I keep watching your stream all day, she's going to slam my head against the keyboard, but I'm not worried because... You got it, Mac Drist. Do you use DMI for day trading? I use DMI for entering plays. There are 3 offers at 3 exchanges at the price I'm trying to sell at. Is there a reason for this? Your limit's too high? Sell slightly below the bid? I don't know. Sell it at market? If you're having liquidity issues? Houston Wade said he'd love to live stream with you again. Would you do it? I would if I had time. I just haven't had time to do any like collaborations and stuff. Cause like I've been leaving the stream and then house hunting every day, right? And then on Saturday I'm house hunting. So like all my free time to do that kind of stuff is kind of tied up right now. After I'm moved and settled, yeah, I can probably do that kind of stuff again. MOASS in 9 minutes. I did, but I've still got to move into it, McLong Johnson. Garkis nesting must be preggers. Have you thought about playing music during the pre-market? No, I just assume that people can play their own music. If we don't MOASS by January, I'll go to work at my local GameStop. End of January, Gebsis. As will I. Pickle quant team for MOASS. They have done a lot to help me bring this theory together. I could not have done it without them. Might just put the chance on repeat. Maybe. Have you guys... I watch your stream, but listen to the audio of Matt Kors. Don't forget to check for ghosts. That'd be awesome. You know how cool this stream would be if we had a ghost? Web slinger. Only 1K for a call for February 22nd. It will be. It will be cheaper. And there's a lot of points at which you can buy options. They don't have to be February. February is just the safest bet. That's the least risk adverse entry point. Or the most risk adverse entry point, sorry. Okay, what's actually going on with IRNT? It's got a shitload of short interest and it's ripping super hard. I feel like I should buy into it now. Maybe I'll get some 20s. Just in case. See that GME single-handedly educated retail to a level where feared, respected by Wall Street in the future, or will retail go back to being dumb money and stay how it always was? That's hard to say. I mean, I think the institutional sentiment towards retail is already shifting as they see the buying power of retail, right? I do see institutional investment attempting to take advantage of retail money, which I think they already do. How do I DRS my options YOLOs? You can't. I mean, if you exercise them, you can then DRS the shares that you exercise. IRNT's doing that because I closed all my options earlier this morning. Same here. Yeah, no problem. Interesting. Oh, you son of a bitch. Fuck me. I knew I was right. I don't know why I fucking sold. Fuck. Yeah, I still have some IRNT calls in my other account that I didn't sell, but I had one over here that I sold earlier. But those are at 15. They're not up that much. This is IRNT. This is GameStop. Thoughts on Piton puts? I don't know. I don't really follow it very much, and I wouldn't want to say from a technical aspect for earnings. Did you just break 14? No, it's still hitting resistance at 14. How do I DRS my GME swaps asking for a friend? What do you think of the post saying MOASS would happen today? They were wrong. I said MOASS. Nothing was going to happen today. They're done covering FTDs. They're going to short. And they're going to short nice and slow to drive the price down while reducing volatility. Today's questionable trades has gotten my grandma spooked out of getting a stream membership. Are you talking about my Spotify trade? That one wasn't great. I should have held it because now it's back up again, but what are you going to do? Can't win them all. I made money on the rest, right? Yeah. I was up on everything else. Your grandma, she'll be okay. Why do they short slowly instead of hard? Because then they could keep the IV high before the next run up. Yeah, I don't think they want to keep the IV high. I think they're short volatility. Do you think November and January would be higher than a March run up? Yeah. It's nice to see all your picks be right and then watch you play your own picks like how we do. Lose money on a sure thing. Yeah, so let's see. What did I close out of at a loss this week? Cat and Spotify. But the other three were all winners. And GME. So everything else was a winner. Iron T failing the resistance. Interesting. All right, I gotta go. It's 3 o'clock. I know. All right. Sorry for ending the stream early today, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. If you didn't get a chance, check out the clips if you weren't here for them, although I suspect most of you were. Thank you guys so much and have a great night. I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Not an advisor. Frigulon.